Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you see me? I only hear myself once, so that's a great start. Let me pull up the chat. How are you doing? I'm commentating on Tosh's final game of the Sligo Tournament. So I'm very excited for this. They're just waiting anxiously. Everyone always looks so stressed to start the final game. Hello everyone, hello Double Click, thank you so much. How are you doing? Hello Carrot. Bit low on the volume. Can I do something on my end? Can I do something? I'm not sure. Unless someone tells me what to change. But I'm kind of scared to change anything because it's always an interesting setup, these streaming these games, because I'm not sure if both boards will work, but the live board has a 15-minute delay anyway, so I'm sure we'll manage. I'll just have to stay very alert on the camera. There we go, we have lift off, and Tosh started with 1e4. There we go. I'm already out of theory, as I'm not a 1e4 player, but this is the French. So I'll try to stay alert to the moves, but if I miss any, please feel free to let me know and we will adapt and change. Thank you, Carrot. He looks French, but he has a very Irish name, and I think it's pronounced Owen. So yeah, I'm good. I'm good. How are you? Did I say hello to you, Waterfall? If not, hello, and if yes, well, hello again. Very busy but good. That's good. If it's the good kind of busy. I've also been busy, but not so much the good kind. But we're here. We're back. We're waiting for Tosh to play her third move. Excuse me. I'm excited for her to get a white in my game, because I feel with white she plays a lot more aggressively. So I'm very excited to see a game full of fireworks and complicated lines. I know she definitely doesn't shy away from those complications. So yeah, let's see what we get. Everyone there plays French, so she should be prepped. You played a chess tournament, that's great. Came in second, which, considering your 0 minutes of prep, was good. That's great, wow. Not in Wake, you didn't play in Wake. Okay, so bishop b4. If I'm not mistaken, I used to play the French, but it's been a long time. And I think there's like a really sharp line with queen g4 at some stage. But if you don't know it, you know, it can be devastating from both sides. Okay, but she pushes her pawn. As usual, I won't be saying much about the opening, as I honestly despise learning openings. It's been a lot better, but yeah, openings, I just don't care about them, you know? You play the B bishop d3 line against it. Gets most diehard Frenchies out of prep fast. Bishop d3. Instead of pushing your pawn. So you play bishop here, bishop d3? No, as the third move. Excuse me. Here, bishop d3. That's interesting. That's interesting because it's always when you want to castle short as black and there's this bishop lurking from the very start and you know you have to castle and you really don't want to. And I've been following Tosh's games this tournament and she has been delaying castling in a lot of her games. So, and it wasn't always the best idea. So we'll see. Pawn up if they respond. Oh, that's nice, because then you push them back immediately and they are on the back foot. That's very passive. Yeah, that's a nice opening. Okay, let's go back. So what did we see here? c5. She played this exact position OTB like 5 times last year. Okay. Should be a3 now. Hey, Chess Time Machine, how are you doing? You went to a Belgian service station last week. That is oddly specific. A Belgian service station. What is a service station? Is that like where you pump gas? And you always play knight e2 instead of knight f3 to not have the take with check. Knight e2. Okay. It's a fun line that can get trappy fast if the French player plays his usual routine. That's nice. Petrol station, yeah. On the way to the Netherlands. Ooh, knight f3 played. Thank you. You do have to be careful, because if she played this 5 times recently and those games are in the database and she knows they are in the database and maybe the opponent quickly checked, you don't want to get targeted. These days, with all your games available for everyone, it's very easy to get targeted on your poor opening play. Speaking for myself, not for Tosh, obviously. But yeah. Knight f3 is wacky. Why is it wacky? Because do you want to... I guess... So again, I don't think I've ever played e4 in my life, at least not in the last 20-something years. But I would think that you would want to play something like f4, like castles, f4, f5, f6, queen here, and then checkmate, you know? And if you put your knight here, it immediately stops both plans. You can't push your pawn and you can't play your queen. And the thing is, where is this knight going? Because you can theoretically jump there, but from there it doesn't really have a future. So maybe in a lot of these lines, this could be an idea. And then castle, your pawn is supported by the rook. The queen comes in, you have this killer bishop coming. So yeah. The only thing I'm unsure about, Warrior, is if the live board will update automatically, because It's not active right now, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. As long as we can follow the actual game. She also has been playing very long games. So I wonder how much stamina she has left. I know she hates drawing. And she's currently on, I think, 2 out of 4, right? She won once and she had 2 draws. And she lost 1 game, if I'm not mistaken. And I watched almost all of the game from this morning, and her opponent offered a draw in a drawn position, and she courageously declined. But then 2 moves later, all the material was gone from the board, so it was a draw anyway. But yeah. Hey TKB, how are you doing? It looks like a nice venue. I always like it when the tables are far enough like spread out. I really hate sitting shoulder to shoulder with 2 either very young kids or kind of old adults, and then you have to muscle your way out of it, and so that's nice. Looks like a good venue. You ate too much. Did I have dinner yet? Not yet. It's 4 p.m. here, so no dinner yet. I do find the older that I get, the sooner that I eat dinner, but I'm not yet at the 4 p.m. mark. Might win a cash prize if she wins this one, but her tie breaks are not great. Really? Okay. Would be nice. I also saw that there are a lot of chessable prizes, which is also nice. Top 3 women cash. There are not that many women playing in our section, are there? I will not tap away because then I will break my whole setup. So I'll just have you tell me. Is that... Well, I can't... I was going to point at the camera, but that it doesn't work like that. So here, if we... Is that Sarah playing? I don't actually know how she did. I know she drew the first 2 rounds. But I actually don't know what she did the other 2. Sarah Scott, I think is her name. They're playing the tournament together. And I also met her when I played a tournament in Dublin last year. Together with Tosh as well, where I met Tosh. I even have a picture with Tosh. I think we hugged. But yeah. 2 out of 4. Nice. Well, depending on if you're happy with that. I think Tosh overall... wait, a move was played, so I guess he took... I think overall... ooh, better tie breaks. Right. Right. Oh, that is Sarah. Let's wave. Hi. Interesting. I think it's great to go to a tournament with a friend. Bye, Carrot. Say hello to baby Carrot for me. And thanks for stopping by. Okay, so the opening is often, you know, if both players are unfamiliar with the position, it can go a little slow. The time control is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move, I think. So let's take here. Imagine knowing everyone at the tournament. Not a baby anyway. 3. How? Where did the time go? I woke up today and it felt like, you know, although January felt like it lasted ages, time is still flying. 3 years old already. Wow. Is the live board updating? Is it supposed to be updating? Not yet, so I don't think. Okay. Usually getting wrecked in it. Knight here. Again, I mean, Queen G4 and we attack, you know? Checkmate ends the game. Let's all manifest Queen G4 and a brutal attacking game. And I know Tosh has been working those tactics. Come on, Queen G4, you can do it. Give the people what they want. And by people, I mean me. And by what I want, I mean Queen G4. Often in this position, people rarely castle. At least kings. I do appreciate a good opposite castling game. It's always, you know, none of that boring positional scuffling, I believe is the appropriate term. Queen G4, a real French player, just goes knight E7. and trap the queen. Okay, she plays bishop B5. Yes, I am on board of the racking. On board for the racking suggestion. Just a nice. It's also the final game of the tournament. You want to end on a win, you know. Play Titanic music here. Where are the days? Okay, so what are we thinking now? We already have you know, you can't sleep on the job. This is already hanging because this is a pin. So I think a good move might be Queen A5. Attacking the bishop because this is also pinned, so the bishop is not really protected. If you play Queen A5, what does white want to do? Because you have to be a tiny bit careful because take here, that doesn't seem like a lot of fun. So do you have to give up the bishop pair? But I don't love that position because then takes... Oh, that's not how the pieces move. Takes, I guess maybe bishop d2, just to make sure there are no shenanigans here. And then something like bishop a6 seems really annoying, preventing you from castling. So I guess... maybe you change move orders and you play bishop d2 first. And then if black takes, you have this in-between move with check. And then you take here, and that feels better, because then you get to take with a tempo. Maybe just castle on queen a5. Queen a5 castling, or you're fearless. But with the same idea, right? But if you then take, are you happy with these double pawns? You're willingly going into a double pawn situation, right? Or am I missing something? And not only double pawns, maybe you can then go for c4 and attack d5, but you still have this these lonely pawns. You're happy with the dark squared bishop, so yeah, happy with the pawn structure. Okay. None of that happened. And bishop takes c3, which honestly I didn't really consider as an option, because now you have the bishop pair and you have a beautiful pawn structure. So we take those. Hey Gatsinisko, how are you doing? Oh, there's an ad break, sorry about that. I honestly, although, okay, ad break is over. Hi Gatsinisko, how are you doing? Taking with the pawn, it's also interesting, because then you have bishop a3, I guess, and this is staring you in the face. I think this definitely releases a lot of tension that Tosh should be happy with, because now the only tension left is the one that she provides. So yeah. With queen seems better. I would 100% take with the queen, but the fact that she's thinking about it, I mean, she must be considering taking with the pawn. She always, moves her hand once, the anticipation of her move that's coming, and then she, second guesses herself, I guess, or wants to think again. What ad break? Okay, then Twitch lied to me. Twitch said there was an ad break. My apologies. Next time I won't greet you, and then we'll be even again, We point all our things at him. That is the strategy that I usually go for. Okay. So the live board does not, well, it does update automatically, but only if I click on it. So I'll have to remember to click it every once in a while. Last time was fun. What do you mean? I wish we could see her clock and check how much time she's spending on this, because I think that's one of the things that I've noticed about Tosh's games is that she sometimes invests a lot of time trying to decide between two good moves. And then she might find herself in time trouble later on. Now, of course, maybe, she doesn't know they're both good, or she's trying to decide which one is the best, or which structure she wants to go for, because it is a big decision, right? Double pawns or not, but she takes with the queen. But yeah, I hope she didn't spend more than a couple of minutes. What time is it? 27. Back to her overthinking ways. You're playing in the Liga. Wow. Don't think, just move. Thinking is hard, Okay, so now we've decided, we've taken with the queen, we have the bishop pair. Our king is still a bit open, so I would not mind a castle soon. The nice thing is that it's kind of hard for black to castle queenside because it's already open, so it's probable that black will castle kingside. And I do like me a good pawn storm. Maybe there's still some f4, f5 in the future, especially because black has parted ways with his dark squared bishop. You do need to be careful, of course, for this check in that case. So you might need to play king h1 first. But just as a general plan, what is Tosh going for? I would not say no. Run up the board. What is the opponent going to do? That's also always an important question. And it's not that easy because this is the French bishop is often a sad bishop. And why is that? It's because these pawns are on light squares. So we definitely don't want to be trading bishops. We're very happy with our bishop pair. So we're going to try and keep them. I think the next moves for Tosh are quite logical, and I hope she plays them fast. So castle, develop this rook, maybe king h1, and then play f4. Rook f3, rook f1, rook g3, and then some crazy sacks. Knight g e7 played. Queen c7. I wonder here if she'll be tempted by bishop g5. It's definitely a move that I would look at. But why is it not good? I guess you can just castle, right? It's bishop g5. Can you castle? No, because you still lose this one because you take here first. So what I was thinking is here and then you take here, but you take with the knight. What happens if you take with the queen? Ah, you have this check. That's nasty, right? Wait. How are we doing this? So first, bishop b7. Black sacrificed the pawn. But now this is a monster bishop suddenly. Queen a4. And now you attack. Would be an interesting game because white won a pawn, but the pieces aren't great, and black has a lot of activity. So there's definitely compensation. So if we go back, I don't know if you want to give up your bishop here for just a pawn, but the engine is saying that there's something better. So you take here first, and then you just, you know, you keep these pawns like they are. You bring back your bishop, and you just say, you know what, you're paralyzed. What are you going to do? It's nice positional play. I want some attacking chess, you know. Okay, so let's go back to, because Tosh making a move, she is castling. Amazing. Let me promote this because that is now the main move. Okay. I like it. King safety, very important. Also, you know, f4, f5 is coming. I think you'd spend ages on white's next move, as I'm not sure what plan is best, and white seems to be way better. That's the problem with having the engine on, is that you instinctively go and check, and then you kind of forget to think for yourself. But on the other hand, you don't really want to turn the engine off, because if you say something ridiculous because of the stream pressure, then you can't fact check yourself. So that's also important, you know. I want to be saying accurate things, not false things. It's a good life philosophy to have, I feel. I'm also always impressed by how the streamers stay at the board. Like when I'm playing the last tournament that I played, as soon as I made my move, I was too nervous to remain seated, so I just got up and paced near the wall. So yeah, Tosh is really focused, sitting down in the zone. Did we just see chess problem walking past? The atmosphere at a chess tournament is something else. Like in the tournament hall while the games are going, it's the atmosphere is just crackling with all these emotions, and it's yeah, it's something else. Okay, we have same side castling. Okay, so I still have hopes for that attack that I'm so desperately craving. Yeah. I think it's interesting because the engine is saying either b3 and I'm trying to understand why b3. So I see two options. One of them is that maybe you want your bishop here somewhere, or b3 to stop a knight from landing on c4. But that seems slow, you know? Another move is bishop d3. And you're just, you know, straight up attacking this. And I wonder, you must be very close already to one of those Greek sacrifices. Like if you go bishop d3 and your opponent says, you know what, I'm going to play, let's try not to drop a piece. Can I play like b6 and not lose a piece? b6? And you must be very close to being able to sacrifice here. I guess you start with knight g5 and then you induce a weakness in the opponent's camp. But what's wrong with it immediately? Why does it? Is it because the king steps forwards? I don't think I've actually ever had to do this, but this looks scary. The engine knows how to defend, obviously, because it's an engine, it's insane. But as a human, this looks awful. What's wrong with h4? Rook h8. And now queen here, and then this knight is coming in. So that's how you quickly lose. But look at that king placement. I mean, how is this okay for black? Okay, let's go back. So do the calm and sensible thing and just play knight g5 and induce a weakness. Now you have a hook. So now the engine says, you know what, let's go. Rook e8. And now knight f6, that is great. Look at this. And if you go here, can you take? Oh, you take this, yeah. But that's the problem because you played b6. Maybe if you don't play something like b6, but maybe bishop d7, the line changes. But anyway, I got carried away looking for that ultimate sacrifice. Hello, Joe. How are you doing? Good stream. I enjoyed it. b3 maybe just good developing plan with bishop b2, chuck rooks in center, dominate or something. Yeah, b3 and then b2 and then here and please let me play f4, f5. I'll have to buy Tosh a Guinness if she does play f4, f5. So we're still in the same position, right? While I was rambling about piece sacrifices. It's always so easy to sacrifice someone else's pieces. Having said that, it's also very easy to sacrifice my own pieces, which I do very regularly. Hey Steve, thank you so much. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the tier 2. I don't have my alerts on because it's Tosh's stream, so I didn't add them, but thank you so much. Okay, bishop g5 played. Could you be going for that that pawn gain? Does she want to win a pawn? Or does she want to play bishop against bishop and then black has this bad French bishop still? But you don't have enough initiative yet to do that. It has been a while, yes. I don't know where the time went, honestly. It's yeah, it's been going crazy fast. H6 seems automatic. Yes, but I would still be scared about some kind of hook, you know? You know, h6 is just a sacrifice waiting to happen. I have to say, I really like the separate tables. That seems great. I think that's a must in a tournament. How did Tosh sleep this night? Do we know? I remember her saying that she hadn't slept well the other night, so I hope this night was better. You don't want to play a 5-game tournament in one weekend and be exhausted, you know? We need some fireworks on the board, you know? Some long, interesting calculations that we can do. Fell asleep quite early, but don't know how much she slept. Let me check here. So this board is not automatically updating, right? Yeah. Hopefully enough to survive next 3 hours. What do you think, warrior? If her opponent offers a draw now, for sure she will decline it, right? Like, no way she's taking the draw. How is she doing rating-wise? Although it's something that you really shouldn't be thinking about during the tournament, because it's not something that you can influence. You know, you just have to win your games if you want your rating to go up. So it's no use calculating. I've gained so many, or I've lost that much. Did she win round 3 and lose round 4? No, she drew round 4, and I guess then she drew round 3. But I'm trying to think. Round 3 was the Vlad game, right? With the bishop. Yeah, with the bishop. Where they had bishops of the same color, and it got spicy a bit because there was a transmission error, I think we decided, that where they put their kings in the center of the board, but for her it was a legal move, but a blunder. So the engine tanked. So yeah. She won the first, lost the second, and is now 2 out of 4, yes. But 2 draws, yeah. These games are tough, and I think she got kind of lucky to get away with the draw in the last game, because she had a really difficult position, but then her opponent offered a queen exchange while he was attacking, and I mean, that was very kind of him, but a positional mistake. Oh, you see, based on his hand movement, we see bishop d7. Wait, but now he played queen b6, I think. Offered to exchange everything on the board in that moment, yes. That was I wonder why he decided to do that. Maybe I think maybe he missed the knight e4 move. I think maybe he thought that he would have a discovery and win the rook. But because of knight e4, jumping in between the bishop and the check square, that was not possible. So maybe there was a miscalculation. Ah, that was a prediction before he moved. You'll have to work on that. I find it really hard to judge based on body language and body composure. I did see in her previous yes, bishop d3 warrior, let's go. I'm also manifesting a good bishop d3 move. Let's just go for mate, you know? Come on, Tosh. Hello, chess cooking. Let's just go for mate. I feel like she owes it to me. Like, I'm an attacking player. I want to commentate on an attacking. Oh. I think that looks like a4. I wonder, does she know that she does this? Have we seen a move where she doesn't reach for it, then go back, and then plays the same move anyway? There we go, a4. Ooh, let me actually promote this variation. There we go. Oh, am I... Well... Have I ever played Tosh? Definitely not OTB. Yeah, I don't have Restream open. I just added the key. But I may have played her in Blitz in the past. I don't actually know. Have you played Tosh? I did meet her face to face. That was great. Last year. Actually, a couple of days ago, I got the alert on my phone reminding me that it's been a year. Time goes really, really fast. You've not played Tosh. You tried meeting her when you were in Berlin, but Berlin. Why did I say Berlin? I read Dublin, but it didn't work out. Oh, that's a shame. Dublin is a nice city. I'm always amazed. Like if you play the French, you've gotten this position a couple of times already, right? But just the fact that it's OTB adds so much gravitas to the game. I feel like if you have this in Blitz, you just, you know, you bang out the moves, otherwise you lose on time. And you don't care about this small, like, what do I do now? Do I play a6? Do I a6? Do I play like knight f5? Which seems quite aggressive, you know, attacking, getting out of all this danger. But OTB, every move feels so heavy and decisive that you just have to stand still and think. Okay, we see a game has ended 2 boards over. That is quick, in less than an hour. Can we see what board that is? Let me zoom in. Is that board 11? I probably shouldn't go see. I'll mess everything up. Okay, so what are we thinking about? If black plays a6, I mean then bishop d3 is just forced, you know? So I think we're hoping that black does play a6 because I want my bishop on this diagonal and I want to look at the king. If knight f5 instead, what are we doing then? So one of the rules of chess, is to develop your pieces. And if you're not sure what to do, always ask yourself which piece is doing the least in my position. And I think at the moment it's this rook, because it hasn't moved at all, it's not developed, and it's not really doing anything here. It's kind of maybe protecting this pawn, but that pawn doesn't really need protection. At this time, it's still defended by this, and it's not even attacked, so what are you doing? So knight f5, rook d1 maybe, to keep an eye on the d4 square. And then maybe you can put the other rook here, but that gives up our plan of f4, which, I still have high hopes for f4 at some point. Wulon, thank you so much for the sub. How are you doing? Thank you so much for gifting us up to Charlotte. G4. Do you want to play G4? Knight f5, G4. Now we're talking. I fear it's too soon, but it looks great. Thank you so much for the sub to Liv. I've been lurking in a lot of her streams. She makes great music. Okay, can we see? Let's check. So this is the live board. Can you see the timers, or is it too small for you? Might be too small. But it seems they've only both spent 15 minutes, but that is on move 10, and we are currently on move 11. So not that much has changed, but they've both been thinking a lot about these last two moves. I feel as I've heard that e4 is supposed to be a very attacking opening, but I always see these positions where you have to slowly build up. Now, if you play c4 and you play the Iron English, Now there's an attacking game. Ugh. Okay, so what do we talk about? Is anyone playing any tournaments soon? I did consider Reykjavik just because, I want to go one day. But it's always so expensive. I think it did work out with the dates because I can't take time off work certain dates. But it did work out. But then before I decided, I think it filled up. So that decided it for me, Also, Wake is ending today, I guess. Ooh, has it already finished? I don't have my phone with me. Who knows what happened in the final round of Wake aan Zee? Well, the opponent is wondering what to play. Deep calculation, head in hand, slight despaired look. I'm just joking, but yeah. Doesn't look happy. But this is what you get when you play the French. Kukesh won tournament from what you see. Nice. Good for him. Wow. A5. Okay. Interesting. A5. I did not see this coming. Can we not be now? I mean, A5. Wow. Okay. Why? It's a very interesting move. I'm a bit surprised because I don't think pushing A5 as white really was ever a plan, because there are so many pieces on that, and it's you're also still attacking the bishop. Maybe black wants to jump in B4. But I feel like you're walking on very thin ice with this bishop coming back and then the bishop coming to C5. And suddenly you're creating all these threats on this diagonal. If I could get a knight there, that would be great. It's a bit tricky though to get there, as these squares are all unavailable and this one is already occupied. Gukesh lost in last round and can at best be equal first. Wow, he lost against... Who did he play? But he played... Who did he play? Hey Zombie, how are you doing? Good to see you. Trying to get the rook in front of the opponent's king, but it's difficult, yes. The problem now with bishop d3 is that this knight is coming in. That's not true, because then you just... You know what? It would be great if the opponent played knight b4. That would be amazing, because then you have this piece dropping. So yeah, so first you need to do something with this piece. But then knight g6? Ooh, can we go full caveman? Cavewoman, excuse me, cavewoman. Thank you, zombie. He played Arjun, but Arjun had a really bad tournament, didn't he? So it's always... It's so strange with these tournaments that you're playing someone who's been having a bad tournament, and then, you know, they win against you. It almost feels unfair. Rook a3, rook g3. I like it. I like it. Please have a bad day. I don't mind. Exactly. That's also always my feeling. The thing is, I'm not sure if, you know, maybe Tosh didn't expect this move, because honestly, you know, who would? But now she's going to think about it a lot, I think, just to make sure she's not missing anything, how to go forward. And those moments can be dangerous because you lose a lot of time. And we know that she likes to invest some time. So, what were you saying? That may be a queen trade. Can we hope for the same thing and take stake with the knight, and then oops, you lost the piece. I used to say that people OTB never lose pieces against me. They never drop pieces. But I played a tournament in France last year, and several of my opponents actually dropped pieces in one move, which I was very happy with, you know. Very, very nice of them, very kind. So now I can no longer say that people don't blunder pieces against me. I had this game where I dropped a pawn because, you know, I also blunder pieces and pawns, and I kind of dropped a pawn, and I told myself after, you know, during the game, but afterwards I was like, oh, this is an intentional positional sacrifice. Now I have an open line. And then he returned the favor by dropping a rook, which, you know, is slightly harder to justify. Right hand moved, we see kingside pieces move. Okay, sorry. Okay, did she play bishop e3 right now? Okay, let me promote. There we go. That was also a prediction before the move. Very well. Very well done, yes. It's a kingside piece, so you're correct. You did a lot of push-ups with a chessboard on your back. It's still far away from Tinker-Teacher playstyle. What is the Tinker-Teacher playstyle? I don't think I know. May someone drop a link? Sure, I may. There we go. I need to remember that I need to toggle it more often because it's not active. So you don't get the update. In my defense, they are thinking, you know, a long time. So not that many moves have been missed. Pennant. I don't have pin it right. So yeah. You'll have to look at warrior for the pin it and win it situation. Okay, bishop e3. Let's think. What does Tosh want? She is attacking the queen. That's an important first thing to consider. When a piece is attacked, you have a couple of possibilities. So either you can move the attacked piece, you can put something in between the attacker and the attackee, or you can attack something of greater value. In this case, we can't really easily attack something of greater value, I guess. You might play d4, which also puts something in between, but then you have to count if d4 is a what's the word that I'm looking for? A viable move. Because d4 is defended twice and attacked 3 times. So that doesn't look like a good move to me. You can't really do any checks, you can't really attack something else, so that just leaves you can't really put anything else in between, so that just leaves you with retreating the queen. So where are you going? You have 2 squares available. Which one do we like most? I don't really like queen c7 that much, because then your queen is undefended. You're in this vis-a-vis with the other queen, so there's a lot of pressure going on. If there's queen c7, I'm already looking at moves like knight d4, trying to activate my own pieces, bring more pieces to the party. But you'd have to calculate again, because then e5 is dropping. Can you take? So that requires some calculation. Maybe you just... I think that's also something that a lot of people need to learn, myself included, is to bring more pieces to the party. This rook is still sleeping. This rook is not doing that much. So maybe we just activate some of our pieces. Block it, dodge it, destroy it. That's a good way to remember. d4, knight takes d4, knight takes e5, blunder because of discovered attack. Oh, we have a hovering. Okay, so I guess it was more than a hovering, because he already had his queen in his hand. But yeah, queen d8 seems like slightly more sensible, because it just feels safer, you know? But now I really want to play this move, honestly. Do we hate it? Do we hate rook d1? We don't hate rook d1. What are we doing then? Bishop d7. The question is, how do we continue? Because we can put our bishop here and make it very annoying, and all black's pieces are just, you know, stuck. But then you still have to question what's next. How do you continue? How do you finish the game? And it's not that easy. Not that easy at all. But, you know, more chances for our pawns to become absolute monsters. So let's go back. Let's activate this. There we go. Why not use the other rook? Honestly, zombie, because I'm still hoping for an f4, f5 idea. I've been praying for it from the start. So that's also, you know, you get into tunnel vision because you really want to make an idea work. Yeah, Maybe you start with rook f e1. That could be nice, providing some support for this pawn. Yeah, just slow positional moves instead of ruthless killing. Bishop c5, bishop d6, yes. Yes, because it's really difficult to move that knight on e7. So you'd have to play like something like... that's also funny, because if you get your bishop here, and black goes like, wait, you know what? I don't like this pinning situation. Let me move. And then you're like, haha, more pinning. She did play it, I think. Bishop c5. Okay. Okay, now we're cooking, you know? Now we are cooking. Our pieces are active. They're looking at black's pieces, you know? Black doesn't have a lot of space. It also seems very uncomfortable what to play. Okay. What do we play as black? Okay, so you can't play b6. Because I think you can just take here then. Takes, and even that knight is hanging. So b6 is definitely out. Rook e8 doesn't seem to do much because you're just walking into a different pin. I think even if you play rook e8, can you already win the pawn? Is it better than in the previous situation? Here, and now you take. Rook takes, I guess. Ooh, maybe you have this and you don't win a pawn. Oh, that would be nasty. You do have knight d4 though. Okay. But takes. Bishop a6. And it's again similar to when we looked at this line a couple of moves ago. Is yes, you've won a pawn, but at what cost? You know, you've traded away your bishop here for a pawn. And it's just not enough because your pieces are still not that active. This bishop is becoming stronger once it's outside of the pawn chain. And your pawns feel kind of like sitting ducks. And this d5 pawn can become a passed pawn very, very quickly. So that doesn't seem like a desired result. First time in a while seeing her with active position. Yeah, you have held black indeed, and I think you let it's where you choose activity over material, which is not always an easy decision because you have to know how to make use of that activity. Because if your moves aren't active enough, and you lose that edge, then you're just down a pawn. But it's difficult. Okay, so what else do we do? I think the opponent is going to have a really long think now. Do we play bishop d7? So I do have the engine lines open, and the computer keeps wanting to play bishop d2, queen d2, excuse me. So bishop d7, queen d2. And I'm trying to understand why. The attacker in me says it's so that you can swing this side and start checkmating. It's also an interesting conversion on this. You also open up this. And I was even wondering if it's if you ever want to play c4. So maybe rook here and then c4, because if you can chip away at that center, that's the only thing that black kind of has going for them, is that they have this pawn in the center, which could be quite strong. If a lot of pieces get traded off, then it could be a strong pawn. Okay, bishop d7 played. Tosh went to get something to drink. Are we ever afraid of that knight moving? For example, if we play queen d2, what if black plays knight a7? Do we then play bishop d3 finally? So knight a7 and then bishop d3. And we get this. We're coming in and black's pieces are just really awkwardly placed. We do have to be a bit mindful because this bishop is now unprotected. So you have to be very careful about your unprotected pieces. That's something that should become instinctive when your opponent or yourself are putting a piece on a not protected square, or if you're moving away a piece, you have to be mindful of the protections that you leave behind. Let me, by the way, promote this version. So she played bishop c5. There we go. So that I have the latest moves. Hey Vlad. That needs immediate attention. Now you're making me hungry. Okay, so what are the clocks like? The live position is quite close to updated. So 1 hour against 1:06. So they're probably now at around 50 minutes. Which is still a lot of time. But you'll be yeah, still good, still good. It's an interesting clothing choice. Are those aliens or skulls? Or is it Baymax, you know? If it's Baymax, then I need one of them immediately. Can't win enough. I don't know. Let's assume it's Baymax and be very happy and jealous. Okay. Did Sarah's game end, or are they just both away from the board, Warrior? Do you know? If I do that, does my screen change? Probably yes. So I shouldn't do that, okay. Okay, still playing. The jacket is still there, so could be that they've just both left the board. Ah, there we go. Okay, still playing. I think Tosh is getting ready to make a move. Again, Damiana Petrov. It's already many trades. But then she was expecting this, right? And she prepped. E4 openings, man, you know? Took on e5 with pawn, not queen. I remember that, and then she complained that the queens were exchanged so early. How is I'm blanking on her name. The other streamer. How is she doing? It's not Andrea, is it? Ah, that's gonna bug me. 2.5. And still playing? Hey Dan, how are you? Adriana, yes. Thank you. Thank you. That was gonna bug me and I didn't want to look it up. Yeah. Hey Dan, how are you doing? How is it going? It's going good, but it's a bit slow, you know. I requested a very attacking game, you know, some nice queen sacrifices maybe, you know, throw in a good rook for you know, why not? But so far, we're just slowly building up a positional advantage. Still playing with black now, okay. Well, I think I have to give up on the dream of f4, f5. But a good piece sacrifice is still possible. With the pieces coming back like this, and then we go and we just checkmate, you know? I would love to do some checkmating. They're also taking a long time thinking about these moves. So then, you know, as a commentator, you run out of things to talk to. And I can't really switch back and forth between other games because I'm doing this on the classroom board and not the live board. So, yeah. The fact that the live board, which is 15 minutes delayed, is almost updated, tells you something about the last couple of moves and how much they have been thinking. And I think it's one of those situations where you know what to play pretty much instantly because, you know, you don't have a lot of options. But you kind of wished you had more options, so you go back and forth and you think, like, what am I going to do 3 moves from now, 5 moves from now? And then you lose a lot of time on this one move, which, for example, the bishop d7. But you might just be lamenting your position and going like, oh, why am I so cramped? How do I get out of it? Why am I so cramped? Why did I play this? Or maybe that's just me projecting. Sometimes life throws you lemons. I hope you can catch them. Those can hit hard. Not enough people use lamenting. Yeah. I like the word. Okay. I think playing Tosh OTB must be quite nice. It doesn't look like she has a lot of those or any ticks, you know. Some people have a lot of ticks, like they go back and forth, or they bite their nails, or they do other non-appetizing stuff. But Tosh seems good, calm. Do you have ticks? I wonder about this. I don't know. Nobody's told me that I've had ticks. But I'm really curious to know if I have them. I know the last tournament, some people got annoyed because I couldn't sit still. Like, when I'm on the board, I was sitting still, but as soon as I had moved, I had to leave my table. So I just couldn't remain at the board thinking, which is, you know, it's something that I should definitely do, stay at the board and think. But I just couldn't remain seated. And I think that bothered some people because then you get up and you... I had to shimmy between the tables because we were seated quite close to each other, so that was definitely not optimal. But I was extremely stressed. Oh, that's true, Warrior. That is true. And I already commented on it actually, and I forgot. That is her tick, that she moves her hand to make a move and taking it back. But from all the ticks that you can have, that must be one of the best, because then it gives you an indication that she's about to move, so you can mentally prepare for what she's doing. You might even, depending on where she went with her hand, already have an inkling of what she's going to move. So from all the ticks that someone can have, she's basically giving you hints of what she's going to play. So it's not the worst tick for an opponent. But yeah. But I really wonder if I have ticks personally, because I get irrationally angry with my opponent's ticks, and it's something that I really, really have to learn to manage, because I have lost games just because I was so fed up with how my opponent was moving, or like what they were doing with their hands, or their feet, you know. Um, I have lost games because of that, so it's not great. But yeah, we saw Tosh again, preparing to move, having second thoughts. For her personally, that can get quite dangerous, because sometimes you're thinking about a plan, you're ready to execute the plan, you lift your hand ready to make the move, and then you second guess, and you don't want to change your plan in those 1-2 minutes that you're second guessing, because uh, that is the window where you might make a very big mistake, because you haven't calculated that new idea as profoundly as the other one. And hopefully it's just a matter of making still a good move but slightly worse, but sometimes it can be a big tactical blunder. Live board has live position. Okay, nice. Knight g5 seems rushed. Yes. Okay, so she played rook fe1. There goes my dream of having an f4 attack. A moment of silence for the loss of this great mating attack. Wait, what are we doing? Knight takes e, bishop takes b, knight takes bishop. So you want to take this, and then this, and then this. Oh, but if you take here, then I take probably with the knight. Because now we're happy that she played a4, because it's defending the bishop. But you do often see, when this piece is not defended, you do often see this theme. So it's important that you notice it. So that's definitely good. You have to keep a tactical eye out for these patterns that you learn along the way. And you always have to check them, because most of the time they won't work, but sometimes they might work. And you don't want to go home, put the game on the computer or on the board, check your lines, check your thoughts, and then go, oh wait, I could have won a pawn. Today is fun. 2 GMs, 3 IM so far. Wow. Sounds brutal. Okay, so what is black going to do? I feel like a natural move for black now could be rook c8 because you're developing your rook. You're bringing it to a half open file and you're putting some pressure on white's pieces. Yeah, that seems like a good move. That also one of those moves that you shouldn't put too much thought in, because you also have to divide your brain power into chunks so that you're always left with some chunks, if that makes sense. Like, you can't put all your brain power now in calculating all the moves that you want to play. Like rook c8 and then this and then that. Sometimes you have to just decide, this is a good looking move. I don't see an immediate losing tactic. I have to play it. Otherwise, you spend 10-15 minutes thinking rook c8, you play it anyway, and you've lost a lot of brain power. How about queen a3, knight b4? When? After rook c8? Hey Nicola, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the sub. And the 1000 bits. Thank you so much, Nicola. How are you doing? Long time no see. How is life? Thank you, thank you. Where are the days, Nicola, from the Rapid League? How long ago is that? Maybe already 2 years, yeah? Time really goes fast. Okay, so I really think that black needs to speed up. So this is the live position, almost. So now we're just waiting for, can you see that if I make that move? Yes. So now we're just waiting for Tosh to play rook e1 on the live position and we're updated. So that means that the clocks are almost accurate. So the opponent has 50 minutes, 45 minutes left. 2 years, wow. So yeah, they both need to speed up a bit, I feel, because you don't want to go into endgames without any time on the clock. On a personal note, I've been playing quite some Blitz lately, and I've been getting so many endgames, and when you have no time, the endgames are quite difficult to win. Or not mess up, you know? I often get positions where no matter which color I am, I could lose. So you definitely need a lot of time to calculate them. What I would love to see from Tosh is that the opponent plays rook c8 and she plays her next move almost instantly. That would be great time management. Because on your own move, you also have to consider, what does my opponent want to do? What will they play? You have to anticipate and try to save time. So I hope that rook c8 is played. Rook c8, and then you have to consider, if I play queen d2, is there something like takes? Because suddenly this bishop is undefended. So I hope that's what she's thinking about already. Because actually that's an interesting calculation. Let's check it. All those endgames where I just think, if I only had 10 minutes I could calculate this out, are what really motivated better time management for me. That's interesting. For me, it's motivating my endgame study. For what it's worth, Jesus de la Via helped you with your endgames. I've done his book. I loved it, and I credit it for one of my world championship wins. Um, but I have moved. Like now, I need more. you know, I actually had this really interesting position. I can't pull it up, but where I had to sacrifice a bishop, but it was crazy, And I even instinctively thought about the right move, but then you have no time. You have like 5 seconds. You need to make a move right now. But yeah. Now I'm doing the Van Perlo's endgame tactics, which is great. I'm really, really enjoying it. It took me like 3 times to get into it, but now I'm committed and I'm going strong, and it's really interesting. Yeah, Dvoretsky is I'm not there yet. I also I don't actually think that I own the book. I don't think that I have the Dvoretsky book. I have the Reshevsky book, which I also tried getting into a couple of times, but it was also too, I didn't commit. But now the Van Perlo is great. It's I'm really enjoying it, and it's actually proper tactics in the end game, which is what I've been looking for a while, because you need to learn not tactics, but like how to practically play an endgame. But that's really difficult to learn. I feel. Black made a move. What did Black play? Did Black play f6? I think Black played f6. That seems dangerous, and I love it. Yeah, let me know how you enjoyed that one, but I'm really enjoying it. I'm on the chapter with the queen and the knight, and it's really good. How are you doing OTB these days? I didn't know you're playing so much OTB lately. I feel like yeah. Where are the good old days? Okay, but f6. Let's calculate. Now I feel Tosh should spend a lot of time, because I don't think she predicted f6. And now we have to calculate, because now suddenly there are so many ideas. What do you take and how do you take it? You have all these captures. Which ones do we want? Okay, so let's go over them. If we take here, I think Black would take with the rook. And this looks a bit dangerous for us, because now Black has this big center and a half open file. So that looks a bit dangerous. What we have is, so when a pawn moves, one of the things to consider is what is it leaving behind? And it's leaving behind the defense of this pawn. So can we do something with that? That should be a trigger, because if now, wait, let me first promote this move. If now we take here, and Black takes like this, and now we take here, Rook takes, do we have, we are attacking... Black has a couple of weaknesses now. So can we attack both of them at the same time? There's rook g6, but then knight e5. Okay, this is getting very, very spicy. Oh, Tosh is going for a queen. What is she doing? Okay, I was still calculating. She calculated faster than I did. She played queen e3. But now Black can choose a couple of liquidating moves, right? So if he takes here, this take will be with check. Okay, things have heated up. She played that really quickly. Oh, not this, not this. This is what I wanted to do. Okay, but I feel like this was a moment to spend a lot of time to really make sure what you want to do. But maybe she has, you know, like maybe she figured it out really quickly, but I'm not sure. So knight takes e5. Knight takes e5. Bishop takes b5. A takes b5. F takes e5. Queen takes e5. And what are we saying? We're saying that we won a pawn. But again, we gave up our bishop here to do it. We didn't win a pawn. No, we didn't win a pawn because Black took a pawn to start with. So we did not win a pawn. We created a double pawn for ourselves. We do have a lot of pressure on e6. And the knight is still pinned. Okay. So the line goes something like this. Takes, 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 takes. And now we're pressuring here. We do have double pawns, but this pawn is backwards. Okay, how are you defending this pawn? I guess the only move is rook f6. And now... Rook f6 is an annoying move, and it holds everything together. And now I'm not sure how to kick this rook away, because soon it might go here on a light square, and it's really difficult to kick it away, because we only have the dark squared bishop. You want to take... But you still have these double pawns, right? So are you winning this? The computer says no, but you know, I could lose this with both colors. Rook e1, so this rook e1. Rook takes, rook takes. The engine is fearless. Rook c8. Wow. Look at this. The engine just doesn't care. Huh. Crazy. Computer always says no. When you always say no, you'll never say yes. Yeah. Very true. Okay, but we're If it was just a clean pawn and these pawns were not doubled, spicy endgame, yes. It's not the attacking game that we were hoping for. We'll have to make a suggestion next time. On the other aspect, it's a very interesting move as well, because I think the opponent will not have considered queen e3. So now maybe he's double checking, like, what did I miss? Is everything still like I planned? Am I losing that pawn? What is the position like? How do you evaluate? And then you're like, I wish I studied more rook endgames. I have a couple of books on rook endgames, and they are really difficult to get through. So, yeah. I also have a study buddy with which I train endgames, but they are still really difficult. I think in the previous game there was a possibility to get a Philidor position, and I think Chess Cooking said that it was easy. I hope I never have to do it in an OTB game, because I don't think they are that easy. You know, they're only easy if you get the really, really straightforward positions that you have studied. And even then, I don't believe that they are easy, but I think practically speaking, they can be very difficult. I always have to think about that game between Alexandra Kostenyuk and Humpy Koneru on, what was it, like the World Blitz maybe last year, where Alexandra Kostenyuk had a bishop and a knight, and she had to checkmate like that, and she was just cold-blooded. She banged out those moves like she had no doubt she was able to do it, and she just crushed that position. And it was so cool to see how she just, you know, mastered that position. Very cool. When I grow up, I want to be like that. But I think that ship has sailed. I am no cool cucumber, unfortunately. She forgot to attack the king. She did. She did. That's also something that I've been struggling with a lot. Like, I played a couple of OTB tournaments last year, and I was really shocked how different my playstyle is OTB compared to online. Online, I'm very attacking. I had a great game yesterday. I lost it in the end because I was low on time and I couldn't win it with 5 seconds left. But I had a great attacking position. I sacrificed some pieces, and then, you know, you have to put the ball in the net, which I couldn't do. But yeah, OTB, I'm just like a scaredy cat. I don't know how Tosh is in Blitz online. How does she play? I've seen a couple of her streams when she used to play Blitz, but I think for a lot of streamers, they don't take Blitz that seriously when they're streaming, because it's really difficult to focus on both the game and trying to entertain chat. So a lot of streamers just, you know, what's the right word? Like, I don't really want to say try too hard, but maybe, yeah. While I'm just, you know, only focused on playing the game, I think. And then I give a lot of people anxiety. So yeah, good story. What are the clocks like? 40 minutes. It would be good. Warrior, have we seen the opponents lower on time than Tosh? That must be some kind of record. She plays bits like classical, like, and that's how much she thinks. Or really the playstyle. The opponent does not look happy with his position. No sacks and random moves. I think Dosh would be great with some sacks, you know? Once she gets over that hurdle of having to sacrifice material, I think she'd be very good at calculating the resulting position. And then next time we will see some F4, F5. Some attacking chess. What is the opponent thinking about? So you can take with the knight, you can take with the pawn, or you can just not take. And if you don't take, you need to develop another piece. And again, if we ask ourselves which piece is not doing anything or is doing the least, then it's this rook. So this rook really needs to go here and start playing the game. But maybe then he's worried about something like bishop b6, and this pawn is getting a little juicy. But on the other hand, then you're taking away the bishop from here, and then you can take with the knight. So that's probably what he's calculating, something like that. And going back and forth, like, do I want this? What's the evaluation? How do I judge this? It's not easy. It's definitely not easy. I think f takes e5, we can rule out as a move. Because f takes e5, now you take here. You can't take like this because your rook would be hanging. And now we take here. And this knight suddenly becomes very, very strong. So I would be happy to see this on the board as white. If rook c8, I think Tosh has to take at some point. But does she have to take now? If you take now, rook takes. What are we doing now? How are we continuing? I would probably play c3 and then look at the engine, because I wouldn't be sure how to continue. Like, after the game, obviously, look at the engine. And the engine's... Oh, it just changed. Before it said c4, but now it just gives me the line c3 twice. But before it said c4. And c4 is one of those moves that is it's very interesting because you're trying to break up this center. But it looks a bit weird because you're allowing these squares to be open, to be attacked. Like, not defended by a pawn is what I'm trying to say. If you play c3, so the goal of c3 is to really be sure that the knight can't jump here, or that if the pawn gets pushed, you can take with a pawn, if you so desire. So, but then I would look and analyze my game and think like, okay, c4, that's the kind of move that I want to play because it's more active, it has a clear goal, and it actually makes a lot of sense to break open that center. But yeah, we are in this position, waiting on the next move from black. I think this missed win is a bit harsh. A bit harsh. Can we see how much time she spent thinking about this move? So I think she spent 16, 17 minutes on rook fe1, if I read this correctly, and then only 4 minutes on queen e3. Oh, what did they play? Okay, so rook c8 played. Two and a half minutes queen e3. Why does this say 4 minutes then? Anyway, I'll take your word for it because 4 minutes seemed a bit long. I thought she played really, really quickly. So I think this is, but again, like sitting here at home, it's very easy to say, this was a critical position. You should have spent a lot of time. While 2 moves earlier, I was saying like, this is not a critical position. Why are you spending so much time? So it's really easy from here at the comfort of my own home to make these judgments. But yeah. Okay, 4, yeah. Rounded, nice. And now we're at this point where I think that Tosh's moves are not that straightforward suddenly. I lost my shoe. Okay. Rook c8, what are we playing? The engine wants us to take the knight. But I don't think I would be taking the knight anytime soon. So what would I be playing? If I were playing a blitz game, I think if I were playing a blitz game, I would play rook ad1, which is not that great, and it loses the initiative. Why? Because why does it lose? Because now this bishop is attacked. So that means you can't take this pawn back, and you're basically losing all your edge. You can't take this, I guess. And now here, and now here takes. But now again you have this really ugly structure. Your c2 pawn is hanging, which is a really big pawn to lose. So you don't want to go down this line. So you'd have to see that, okay, my queen is actually overloaded, is the term. It's defending this and it's defending this. So you need to find a solution. And then the top three moves from the engine are bishop takes, or pawn takes. And once you realize that it's because of the overloading of the queen, then those three moves make a lot of sense because all three of them solve this problem. Either by removing this pawn that you need to defend, by removing the bishop that you need to defend, or by removing the attacking piece. So that makes a lot of sense once you've figured out what the problem is. So that's something that I often like to do when I analyze my games. It's reverse engineering. Okay, she played queen a3. She is showing her queen every corner of the board. Interesting. Queen a3. I also wonder, but I don't know if that's the right thing to wonder, but she notices that her opponent is spending a lot of time and doesn't have a lot of time left. Is she purposely going for some offbeat looking moves that he might not have considered to force him into thinking more? I don't know. It's an interesting idea. So, okay, so queen a3, what are we threatening? So we're definitely lining up here. We're still defending the bishop, and the point is that if the knight takes here, now I guess you can even take here first, and then we can take here, because this knight was defending the other knight. So she does, she actually found, that was maybe the fourth best option, I don't know, I only have 3 lines. But another way of solving this problem of overloading the queen. Also because now this rook is still defending that pawn, I guess. So it's really... it's still really defended. I think he played rook f7. Putting pressure, yes. Okay, so rook f7, interesting. Interesting. Okay, rook f7. Okay, what are we doing now? What are we doing now? This pawn is getting really weak. So that's definitely something interesting. So I guess he moved his rook to get out of this pin. Will he start hopping with his knight anytime soon? Okay, but now we have a lot of things to consider. What are we doing next? How do we want to continue the game? And I think this is the moment that you have to be very careful as white, because this is where you can start sensing a change in momentum, a change in initiative, because she has played a lot of moves to put her pieces to active squares, and now she's kind of like, what more can you do, right? So if you don't find those additional active moves, you start making some slower moves. So maybe I think I still want to play rook ad1, but I think it's quite slow now. And then you can immediately feel that this pressure thing is changing. Why? The engine wants to take... what a rook. That's so juicy, because now you attack this, and this is defending. It's a very interesting line. But if you take like this, now you're getting in trouble a bit. I guess because this line is getting really, really dangerous. Ooh, she played c4. Very nice. Love to see it. Okay, let's go, Tosh. Let's go with the attacking. c4. Looks like white has to commit now. Yes, indeed. Indeed. And c4 is definitely committing. Definitely committing. Okay, c4. Nice. And you already have a little bit of a cheeky threat, as in c takes, pawn takes, and then e6, which is not that hard to see, but it's still cheeky. You know, you never know. Black might miss it. Okay, what are we doing if we are black? I would feel very uncomfortable with all these takes. Like, there's a lot of pressure. So I would start looking at alleviating the pressure. Winning on time is the plan, yeah. Okay, so according to this, he has 30 minutes, and this is 15 minutes behind our time. And this is queen e3, and since then... Oh, I need to promote the right moves again. Queen a3, rook c8, promote. Okay, I think this is the... No. Here, queen a3 is what she played. There we go. So rook c8, queen a3. Oh, this was not played. I apologize. We are hoping that this is played. But he played rook f7. And now she played c4. Okay. There we go. That is... So quite a couple of moves have actually been played since queen e3. One... Well, I say a couple of moves. It's two. I think that qualifies as a couple. Okay, c4. First question, can we take that? I don't think we can take that. That looks very risky. If d takes c4, can we then play rook a d1? Or is it still not allowed? Because I just want to put pressure on this file. So here and now rook a d1. Oh, it's finally a good move. It's finally a good move. I'm very happy. Okay, rook a d1. Great move. Thank you, thank you. And now this just looks absolutely monstrous. So that would be great. And we can take this back anytime we want. And we're putting pressure here. We can maybe take and put even more pressure here with this rook. That would be amazing. Okay, so taking is a bad idea. What else do we have? We can't really push it, I think. Because... honestly, if you push it, I would still be really tempted to play rook a d1. And it's still okay. It's not the best move, but it's still okay. The engine says bishop takes, knight takes, knight takes. This is cute. Just go back. Engines are wacky. Okay. C4. Okay, so pushing just... I mean, you definitely give away a pawn, so that doesn't seem doable. What else can we do? We can take on... Well, black can take on e5, and alleviate the pressure somewhat. Could someone catch you up? Sure. Tosh, Tosh won the first round, lost the second, and drew the third and the fourth. Trying to remember the game that she lost. But it was played in the morning, so you know, I'm sleepy then. Oh, was that the one with the two knights that she got checkmated? Then I didn't follow that one completely live. I think I only saw the end, maybe. Oh no, with the with where the opponent played the close Sicilian and was the Polish guy that she knew from her club. That's the game that she lost, right? I always hate playing against people that I know, but yeah. She won the first game, and in the first game. I'm trying to remember. I think that's something. So I used to be a club player, and then I stopped playing for a while, and then I came back and started studying and started improving. And one of the things where I noticed the most that I had improved is my ability to remember games that I played, which to some people sounds silly because some people just remember naturally the games that they played and they go like, yeah, I played this and that and that, and it was like 4 years ago and I remember that I played XYZ. But for me, that's not natural. So I'm really happy that now I've started to develop this sense for my own games. And now I'm at the point where I start to remember other people's games that I've followed more or less closely. I didn't see the end of that game, but I saw the final position, but not how it got to that point. But I'm trying to remember what her win was. Oh, her win was the one where with the bishop and then the rook swung to the other side, and there was a rook on g2, and then she put a rook on g3 because the opponent played bishop h3. And how did that end? And then there was bishop b1 pressuring the a2 pawn. Oh yeah. With the 1a6, yeah, I missed the opening. Like, how rude is it to play 1a6? But anyway, you know, it's an opening. You're allowed to play whatever you want. Hey, Killer Foxhound, thank you so much. Good to see you. I've missed you. I've missed the. I did miss the chat and you, yeah. But time just, you know, just flew by. But that was the game where I prayed for her to play rook takes bishop, so give back, give the rook in exchange for like a full bishop, right? And then she could keep the b pawn and keep the bishop on c5, maybe c5, play bishop, play b4, and then pick up the c pawn. He told that his grandpa told him that Karpov lost versus someone on a6 and it inspired him. I have to say, if I were to lose against someone playing 1a6, I would remember it forever. It would haunt me. I still remember back in the day when I played sub battles and things like that. I played an opponent and I played c4 and my opponent played a6 and b5 and they just crushed me. And I still remember that feeling of disappointment and shame of getting beaten so thoroughly by a really bad opening. Yeah. Good times with chess. The problem is that you so much more often remember the bad moments opposed to the good moments, which is, similar to life, I guess. But yeah. Do you remember who your opponent was? I actually do. I'm just trying to I think it was National Master Dale. Yeah. I'm like 95% certain. And this, we're talking about like in the heights of COVID, I think. So it's probably 4 years ago. I also remember when I played the last sub battle that I played. Hey, Truth, how are you doing? Oh, so funny. Does it feel like am I giving the quality of a first time? No, but I remember playing a sub battle and I was the firstborn and I played the Dutch and then I got beaten also probably by h6 and g5 or maybe h5 h4 wait I'm black, so my opponents played h3 g4 or even h4 h5 h6. Anyway, I lost really badly in the Dutch and I've never played the Dutch since. Okay, so the opponent takes, which is very daring, and I hope that Tosh bangs out a move rook a d1. Thank you so much, Killer Foxhound, for gifting a sub to the truth. Hi, Pants. Chinchok was right on time. Thank you so much, Killer Foxhound, for your support. I really appreciate it. And I am getting back to streaming. I've been playing quite some Blitz. So yeah. Okay, rook a d1, Tosh. You can do it. I believe. Activity over material, and you'll win the material back anyway. Okay, so in the live board that is delayed by 15 minutes, the opponent is on 25 minutes. And just to remind you about the time control, it's 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment per move, which means that they have to write down their move for the whole game, even in time trouble, and they do not get any additional time on move 40. Having said that, they're only on move 17, so, move 40 is still a long time away. Okay, rook a d1, activate your least active piece. Look at that juicy, juicy open file. You can even pin a bishop as a bonus. How are you doing, Truth? By the way, it is Truth's birthday tomorrow. I did not forget. Mainly because I always doubt if it's the 3rd of February or the 2nd of March because of the way of the different writing styles between Dutch and English. So I knew it was soon, and yeah, I do remember. And now I'll forget and not wish you a happy birthday tomorrow. That would be cruel. If you were to care, I don't know if you would care. You know. Is Sarah still playing? They're gone again from the board. So yeah. Okay, she took back. I was just going to say that that she was taking a long time, because I think if you push a pawn where it can be taken, if you push a pawn where it can be taken, and they take it, I feel like you should be ready with your move. How long? Yeah, I can't check how long she spent on that move, but maybe she just wants to triple check. Okay, knight b4. The opponent was ready. The opponent really wants to be sacking some pawns. He's like, you know what? I really want you to take my pawn. But I guess if you take here, then maybe the opponent can take on c4, and that's what they're hoping for. Okay, but now you take on c4, right? Insta knight b4 is odd, but taking it immediately is also odd. And not such a difficult calculation, because you see, if you take here, you lose a pawn. And it's quite an important pawn, because this pawn is getting quite active. So now rook takes c4, and suddenly this rook is very active. This bishop can come here, and things are... I see some mating attacks for the opponent suddenly. So this is okay. We're who is making these classroom names? Because they are weird. Like the URLs. I have maybe I shouldn't say, but who is going to hack my classroom? Majestic Noble Baby. So let me close that. So, but yeah, my classroom is called Majestic Noble Baby. I could be, you know, I wouldn't mind being a Majestic Noble Baby. Okay, let's focus on the chess. E takes f6. E takes f6. You would love to be able to move as white, I think, and play knight e5. Okay, so E takes f6. E takes... Oh, it's actually very interesting, because this is hanging. But if you take here, then this is hanging. Okay, okay, okay. So, how do we calculate this? E takes f6, a takes b4, f takes e7. If queen takes e7, so material is still even, right? We both took a pawn and we both took a piece. So then it's bishop against knight. Our queen is under attack, so we need to move her. And we do still have the e5 square available. So maybe we play something like queen d3 with the idea of hopping into knight e5. So this is the line. If you take here, and now queen d3 is what I was thinking. Queen d3. The computer prefers queen b3, which I was also considering, because then you're attacking this. Yeah, so that I wanted it here because I wanted it more centralized. Oh, you meant e takes f6 before bishop takes b4. Okay, but she already... So here e takes f6. Ooh. Lots to calculate there. I think an important... Wait, so we are on this position, right? An important thing to remember as well is that this is the 5th game and she's been playing really, really long games, so I think she's exhausted as well. And you know, you really want to end the tournament on a high, you want to win. And if she wins, she has some prize possibilities, I think. So definitely also something to keep in mind. Let's refresh this. Okay, so in this, the live position is now updated. So 15 minutes ago, the opponent was on 18 minutes. Oh, it's getting exciting. It's getting exciting. Now that we've been talking about text, I have to laugh every time that she gets ready. Position was so good 15 minutes ago, yeah. It will be interesting to hear her train of thoughts. Like, why did she go for the simplification? I think mainly here, like, c4 was great. But taking back immediately, instead of bringing another piece and putting more attack, that will be interesting to see why she decided to take back. It's nice to start middle and end the tournament on a high. Yes, yes. Have you considered winning, you know? Yeah. If only, truth, if only it were that easy. Warrior, do you know what Sarah did? Did you tell me already? The opponent in the very flashy green thingy. So Tosh played against the guy in the green thingy that's now setting up the board. So I guess I need to point it up. And he offered her a draw, and she declined, and he looked so offended. It was funny. But 2 moves or 3 moves later, it was a draw anyway. But he He looked quite shocked that she declined his draw. Endgame with 6 pawns each, same color bishop and knight. Okay. But I haven't seen them at the board for a while. So I guess that game might be ending soon. Also, the jacket is gone, so I guess in the next 15 minutes, 10 minutes, that game will end. Ooh, okay. Bishop d6 was played. Okay. But now the opponent is getting ready to entangle. Can you take on a4? Funny spawn. Yeah. You can take. But I guess the queen will be overloaded, right? Because... Okay, so rook takes. You move the queen. Rook takes. Rook takes. So you're attacking this. This bishop, it kind of looks menacing, but it's not doing that much. So as soon as this pawn disappears at some point, this bishop is very loose. So she'll have to keep an eye on that, so not to suddenly drop a piece. Or, for example, now knight f5. Because there are also these kinds of discoveries, right? Oh, it's still getting messy. Still messy. Okay. Let's see what the opponent does. I haven't been able to predict a lot of her moves. I wonder what her plan is with bishop d6, because it doesn't feel like she's controlling a lot of squares with her bishop. All the pieces are moving to light squares. Okay, 13 minutes for the opponent, according to the delayed broadcast from 50 minutes ago. Let me eat something while I'm waiting anxiously for the next move. Yeah, b6 makes a lot of sense. And then you have time to regroup, because suddenly you can move all your pieces. I'm really interested in that concept of the confessional booth. I never watch it anyway, because I'm always having secondhand shame. But the concept is interesting, where people go into a booth during their game and talk about how they're feeling, what they're thinking. The question is, are they honest? I don't know. But right now, I really want to know what she's thinking. Like, is she confident with her position? Does she think she's moving in the right direction? Or is she like, oh no, I let it slip somewhere? Like, what is controlling her thoughts? That's what I want to know. And what is the opponent feeling? Is he like, okay, this bishop looks really dangerous, I'm still in trouble? Or is he feeling like, okay, I think I escaped somehow, and now I want to play active? What is going on? Because knight f5 now, if you don't want to take that juicy looking pawn on a4, because it does look a bit slightly risky maybe. Like if you make a tactical mistake, if you're low on time, you might think like I haven't calculated it through, and you might start seeing ghosts. So maybe then knight f5 is a good alternative. Thinking about taking the pawn probably. He's not looking in that direction. Oh, we have, okay, knight f5 played. That knight is getting active in short time. Okay, knight f5 played. What do we do? Okay, in blitz I would play queen d3 in a heartbeat. Queen d3, but are you still losing that pawn? Are you? Okay, she plays b3. And blitz should play rook a d1. The move that we've been trying to make for like 5 to 10 moves. I don't know about your chess time machine, but I often have I want to play a move and it never seems to work, and then the second that I stop thinking about wanting to make that move, that's when I should have made it. Okay, rook c2. Okay, things are heating up. Rook g4 looked really interesting because you're, that kingside attack, but rook c2 also looks very annoying. And now still rook a d1. And it looks good, rook a d1. Are we scared about queen b6? I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little scared. And that's true, the queen. Hey, Dr. Ganto. The queen does look trapped. She's going to be so disappointed if she loses this game. Yeah, not trapped in the sense that you can't win it, but you also can't do a lot with it. Okay, so what are the clocks like? 12 minutes to 35 when rook c4 was played. Okay. I lost my shoe again. Hey Chansiad, how are you doing? Maybe rook ac1 fighting for c-file. Yes, I could get on board with that. Rook ac1, because that rook looks very menacing. I do wish her a win. The thing is, it's not that easy to say what went wrong, right? Okay, rook ad1, there she goes. Activating that rook. Rook ac1 was also good. Okay, but the opponent is going to play queen b6, right? Queen b6 and threaten a cheeky checkmate. Yes. Played quickly because he's low on time. And now, like I talked about the initiative a couple of moves ago, and now you can really see it, because if we go back to the start of the game, so we had this e4, e6, a French, and we had this really, I guess we could say that it's kind of sharp, where a lot of pieces are hanging. These bishops look really strong, really attacking. Still a slow positional burn, while we wanted a quick checkmate, but we can't always get what we want. And now the opponent played f6, really creating some weaknesses in his position, but he was really cramped, so he needed to do something, and f6 is not unheard of in the French. So here she played queen e3 in a couple of minutes, which we thought was a bit too fast, because a lot of things are happening and you should really focus, like, how can I get to the weaknesses? But after queen e3, the opponent played rook c8, and there's quickly came some kind of tactical issue, because this queen is a bit overloaded. So she needed to move the queen again, and now rook f7 to get out of this pin. She played c4, which we thought was nice because it's attacking. And now the opponent made a mistake of taking, which is not great, because if you now play rook ad1, you're really, really active with the white pieces. Yes, it's a temporary sacrifice, but you can get it back anytime you want. She decided she wanted it back immediately, and now this is where we really felt the momentum, the activity changing, where the knight jumped forward. And now he didn't take, but he played knight f5 here. Knight f5. She pushed. So now this is where we are, and she played rook f1 to defend against the mate. How is Tata going? Oh, and the Bundesliga, yes, that's also going. So much chess. Wasn't B takes C3 interesting? Knight E3, wow, that's interesting. It's actually, tactically speaking, very interesting. Okay, I think he played bishop c6, and you can just feel like this is becoming a problem. We are getting in trouble. Tiebreak between Gukesh and Prag, because Prag also lost. Oh, wow, interesting. So yeah, this is really a game where we can see that the momentum has moved from one player to the other. Let me update the live board. There we go, 12 minutes against 30. I hope she's not playing on his clock, because you never know how strong of a blitz player someone is. Someone might be very good in playing imposing, dangerous looking moves. Okay, she's playing knight d2. Oh, knight d2. I'm not looking at the engine. I want to figure out what the problem is, and it's a big problem. Now knight e3. Now there are a lot of... I'm looking at this. Can we make... Well, I don't want to make it work, actually, because I want Tosh to win. Stockfish told you the problem. What was the refutation of knight e3? Let's go back while she ponders this. Knight e3. So you have to take king here. Can you play rook g1, or is that too scary? Queen e2 and rook g1. It is very scary though. Now takes, because you're threatening this. Ah, but if you take here now, you're defending this. That's insane. Okay, rook takes. How are we continuing? Wow, rook takes d7. That's crazy. So many crazy moves. Okay. He played knight e3. Okay, let's go to the live board and see. So this played here, and now knight e3. You thought rook can't go to g1? That's often the case, because the king is on g1, so you don't see in your mind's eye that another piece, like, you know it has moved, but sometimes in your mind it's still on that same square, even though you know it has moved. But now we're here. It looks dangerous, but it's okay. What are we doing? Okay, we have to think, like, if we take, then we might as well resign, I think, because that looks horrible. So we quickly have to put that out of our minds. Moving up one of the rooks doesn't work. So earlier I talked about what do you do when you're being attacked, right? If your piece is attacked, you put something between it, which is not possible because it's a knight. You take it, which is not good. Or you attack something of greater value. And here we can play knight c4. We are losing a pawn again, though. Knight c4, at least. So if you can take with the rook, that would be great. But if takes. And yeah, we've lost a pawn, but we're not checkmated. But it doesn't look great. But if the rook takes, it's kind of the same thing. Here, and now you have this that you need to be careful for. So you force a queen trade, and you have opposite color bishops, which you're hoping and praying is draw. You do have a little sneaky tactic, but yeah. Let's update. Where are we with the live board? She found knight c4. Great job. Well done. The best move instead of knight e3 was bishop takes g2. Yeah, I was trying to calculate it, but then she already made some moves, so I wasn't fast enough, but I was trying to calculate. Bishop takes g2. I mean, you have to take, right? If you don't take, you know, you have to take. And now, how do you continue? Maybe you just bring this queen in. Or you bring in the rook. What do we want to do? Take or queen? Because if you bring the queen, you're attacking this twice and you're threatening this. So for example, you say, okay, I want to move this. Oh, there are so many. Oh, it's so complicated. Okay, but let's go back to the live board because they are playing really fast now. Knight takes, pawn takes. Oh, that was such an interesting. Bishop takes g2 is such a great move. I spoke earlier about being able to remember games. I played an important game 2 years ago, where I also managed to play bishop takes g2, and my opponent just immediately took it, and then she got mated in 2 moves. That's one of my victories, of which I have fond memories. But yeah, bishop takes g2. Packs a punch. Okay, rook takes c4. And now the dust has... I don't know if I would say that the dust has settled yet, because this bishop is a monster. And I think Tosh will, at this point, will already be... I think if... Well, I don't know her thoughts. I don't know what she's thinking during a game. But if it were me, I would be going like, why did you do this? You had such a good position. And look at this now. You're down a pawn. You don't know what to do. This bishop looks so strong. So yeah, don't be like me. It's not the right way to think about a chess game, you know? So I hope what she's thinking is, okay, let's find the best moves. Let's see how can I activate my pieces. What are we doing? Okay, but if I take here, then I bring the rook into the game. Is that okay? Is that not okay? Okay, but the king doesn't have that many squares. The back rank is a bit weak. I would love for her to play bishop e7. With this threat, it's always nice to play good forcing moves. Are you daring enough to play e takes f6? I would be very scared. I guess you do have the luxury of playing bishop g3, I guess, and kind of defending. At least against this opening up. But I don't know, I would be very scared. On the other hand, I mean, there's always a possibility of the opponent just taking, so you might just want to take yourself. But if she finds bishop e7, which is a tricky move because... What does the opponent do actually after bishop e7? Because you are threatening. You are threatening checkmate basically, or a queen, or you're winning a queen. Touch move blunder on last seconds. Okay, so according to the live position, which is 15 minutes old, the clocks are 6 minutes for the opponents and 27 minutes for Tosh. So that was 15 minutes ago. His nerves must be absolutely shot. Actually up on time for a change. That is the one thing we have going for us in this position. Maybe e takes f6, rook takes, bishop e5, rook g6, g3. Wow. You have nerves of steel. Takes, here, and g3. You are, I mean, wow. Nerves of steel. Whew, that looks very scary. G3 asking for mate. I mean, that looks very, very scary. The computer says it's decent, but I would be very scared. You would play Queen H3 now. Queen H3, Bishop D5, Rook takes D5, F takes E5. Okay, she took. She is fearless. She needs to offer a draw now as she has time rating title privileges. I wouldn't. He took with the pawn. Wow. Wow. Spicy. Oh. Very, very spicy. Oh, she's going to. Okay, Rook D3 played. I could never offer a draw in a position where I thought I was worse. Tosh is finding clutch moves after B3. I like Rook D3 because it feels active. His king is not that safe, that is true, especially after G takes F6. I mean, he opened it up so he could attack Tosh's king, but that knife cuts both ways. Thanks so much for the raid, Chess Girl. How are you doing? How was your stream? We are watching Tosh play an OTB match. It's her final round of her 5-round tournament. She is on 2 out of 4. And if she wins, she might get a prize. But it is looking a bit gloomy right now. And we are on the edge of our seats as we were hoping and praying for a kingside attack the whole game. And it looks like we have it, but not quite how I intended it, honestly. So yeah, now we are waiting. Let me update the live board again. I'm really sorry about that not updating automatically, but what to do, you know? What to do about it. So we're in the situation where Tosh still has quite some time, but her opponent is dwindling fast. He did find some very good moves though, so he seems to be doing okay with the pressure of not having a lot of time. And now he needs to make a decision. That is the nice thing about this position, though, is that even though the engine says that black is winning, you know, we are not engines, and it's mainly because black is up a pawn, so that's why it's +1. Well, -1, because it's black, but -1. It's still a very double-edged position, and one wrong move by black, and he could potentially still lose. And why am I saying that? It's because this rook is undefended, this pawn is undefended, this king is quite open, this bishop is cutting, well, not like that, because that's not how bishops work, but like this. And it's opposite color bishops, so anything can still happen in this position. -1 is equal, not winning. Really, winning is above 2. Well, there are a lot of discussions about that, right? But the position is definitely easier to play if you're -1. Well, now he took a... Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you. I completely forgot that that pawn was hanging. Like, I honestly did not remember that that pawn was hanging. Hello, beginner players. How are you doing? Okay, she throws in a check. Oh, 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 oh. Rook g7 played. Oh, what's going on? But now the queen is coming in. Okay, you take, king takes, queen g3. Okay, so she goes for it. She has seen something. Queen, bishop, bishop f8. You play bishop f8 because the problem with queen g3 is that the king goes here. So if you see that, you have to think about how can I kind of prevent my opponent from going there, and you can do that by playing bishop f8 and coming in with the queen to e7. The time situation is 5 minutes to 24 minutes 15 minutes ago, so we don't know the actual time situation, but she is up on time. She has time to think, and now is the time to think about what kind of checks do you have. I think queen g3 is the first check that almost anyone looks at because it's with the queen and it's more imposing. But the problem is that the king can just run away. And then you're stuck because you can't easily come back in on those light squares because you only have a dark square bishop. So you need to take control of the dark squares immediately, and therefore also the light squares, by playing here, because then after this there's queen e7. And then we'd have to find the mate or the win. Because it's not over, it's still not over, you know? The king will be floating somewhere in the middle of the board, but it's still not over. It's true, that is the natural move. So I hope... But it's the natural move, but a player of her strength can go queen g3, okay, but it doesn't really accomplish anything. The question is just, does she have enough time and brain power left? Bishop f8, she played it. Amazing. Amazing stuff. Amazing. She saw it. Of course she did. No doubt in my mind. Okay. Let's stay calm. Let's stay calm. Okay. I mean, black is in serious trouble. Black is now suddenly in serious trouble. I really want to know how much time he has left. He keeps glancing at the clock, so I would say that he has 1 or 2 minutes left, where you really start seeing the minutes go down, the seconds go down, and you don't have many minutes left, so every second counts. Oh, this is so exciting. King g6, fearless. Okay, now queen g3, king f5. Okay, let's find the mate. There must be a mate soon. There must be something. Queen g3, king f5. Where's the mate? I don't see a mate yet. I do see a way to win some pawns, but do you want to win some pawns, you know? Stay calm. Get rook to be involved in checks. Yes, but the problem is with moving your rooks, you're still very vulnerable, right? So Queen e7 still tempting. Yes, But now, yeah, this, oh, 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 that would be such a relief. It's not over. It's not over. Let's focus. Let's focus. Let's not get too excited. I don't think it's that easy yet. The plus side is that this king is in a ridiculous spot. But it's not that easy yet because there's no knockout blow anywhere that I see. So how do you finish this game? Hey Sarah, how are you doing? How did your game go? It's a huge save from a losing position, yeah. And she had before she had a winning position, so I think she would have been doubly disappointed. I think as long as she doesn't lose, either me or her will win a prize. That's nice. Are you sharing if you win or if she wins? Would be. Oh, okay, but how? Where's the mate? You know? Because I would still be scared to move my rook. So the nice thing is, I don't know if I finished my thought, but the nice thing is that there's no immediate danger from black. Like there's no mate threat in one. So you do have some leeway. I don't think that every move has to be exactly perfect. But I also don't think that you have time to go pawn munching, right? No sharing. You made so many draws recently. Draws are tough. I mean, not as tough as losing. Rook g4. Okay, I didn't see that one coming. I did not see that one. Okay, but now there's again this threat. So, I'm just sitting here at home and I'm nervous. Okay, I would probably start with taking the pawn. I would probably start with this. And definitely every move that I make, I want it to be a check. Okay. Okay, so if we take the pawn, how nice would it be if the king just goes here and then we check and then here and then check and then we win. But probably not happening. So where is this king going? Is the king going here? Look at this king go. But then we have the rook coming in. But then, oh, this is, oh, I can't even focus, and I have, you know, all the brain power that is allotted to me. So, you know. I really want to know how much time she has. Okay, but you can't go wrong with taking the pawn. Famous last words. Queen takes. It's really difficult to calculate when I feel. Queen takes h7. king e5, rook e1, rook e4. Okay, she takes the pawn. Nice. Now he has to make a decision. What is the most difficult defense? It's definitely not king g5, but I'm really hoping that he plays king g5. Would be cute, you know. Okay, rook, king e5 played. Okay, king e5. Rook e1 check. Bring your rook. Bishop e4. But then, that is crazy. I see the engine ones. Rook e1, bishop e4, and then g3. That's a crazy line. King d4 by white. Also, he won king of the hill, so, you know. Okay, but I feel that this g3 move is very difficult to find with low time. Very difficult to find, I feel. I was going to ask a stupid question, Chess Time Machine, like if that happens, will the DGT board automatically detect it as the game over? Because yes, that's an illegal move, so it can only happen when the game is over. Oh my god, it's been a long day. I definitely do know that two kings cannot stand next to each other on a legal way. I do know this. Okay, she plays queen h5 check. Okay, rook g5 played. Okay. What did he have to play? Because the engine says something. Oh, let me promote. Wait. Bear with me while I promote. So he played g takes f6, so I need to promote this line, and then now we're here. There we go. It looked normal, but then you had to find this g3 move, which is spicy. There are no other moves than g3 protecting g2. Yes, from a logical standpoint, I agree. But are you logical at this point in your life? Would win this with black, yeah. He has no time. He has a lot of nerves. But this is such a difficult position to play. Is bishop e4 the comp move? No, king f5. Bishop e4 is a slight edge for white. 1.5. But king f5 is minus 0.6. You do not get it. Why play all the queen checks you need to get the rook active? And it's not like black has a threat on f2. Yeah. I think at this point it's nerves. And it's a difficult, win to see. With the bishop being able to protect, and this is here. But now she needs to... Now she needs to watch out, right? Because this king is running back. This king is going back to safety. And suddenly there are no more checks. Okay, so now the position is updating on the live boards, and we see that the opponents played king g7, king takes g7, I guess, with 1.5 minutes on the clock, and then he got another 30 seconds, and she had 19 minutes. After g3, it's annoying that white won't be able to play h4, yes. Yeah, she's... Oh no. Okay. Okay, she's playing g3 now. Maybe. She's maybe playing g3 now. Okay. Oh. That's why most of the time I don't like watching with an engine, because you just see the engine go up and down, and you don't... I mean... That just tells you all you need to know. Well, when you're at the board, all these other factors are coming in and you don't know what's going on. Okay, she plays g3. And now we're in trouble again, because this bishop is strong, our bishop is out of the way, this pawn is very strong. And the opponent finds the right move, queen b3. And stops all checks. Oh. Okay, she plays f3. Okay, can we hope? Bishop b5. Play bishop b5. You'll win an exchange. Don't you want to win an exchange? Come on. Let's play bishop b5 and win this rook. You know? How about you play bishop b5? Let's do it. Free rook? Ah. So if he played bishop, well, if he played bishop here, then it was a very, very juicy maiden one. There we go. Unfortunately, no such luck. King g6. And now we are in trouble. Now we really, really are in trouble. Oh. Chess is hard. Oh. Oh no, but look at all this time that she has. Like, when you look at the live board, it's almost updated to the final. Well, it's still 15 minutes behind, I guess, but she has 17 minutes. Hey, Mish, how are you doing? Good morning to you too. I am a ball of nerves. This game has gone up and down and up and down, and I fear. We believe in you. We believe, but we're also stressed. So yeah, I'm just thinking about after the game. Position is still double-edged. Yeah, but suddenly the king is looking, in a weird way, very safe, and that bishop on f8 is has lost some of its touch. It's weird how all these light squares around the king are suddenly defended. You just can't reach them as white, which is a very weird position to be in. And also this pawn is defended. And I fear that now suddenly for black, it's a lot more straightforward, because can't you even just run this pawn up the board? Where's the live position? So here. I wonder if she wanted to play on the clock, you know? Opponent doesn't have much time. If he makes a quick move, it might be a blunder. What did she miss? So she played this really nice sequence. So if we go back a bit, first here, she had a really difficult position where the opponent was pressuring f2. And then this bishop came here. And here, the best move is actually bishop takes g2, because it rips open the position completely, and then the knight is coming in, the queen is coming in, this rook is coming in. But the opponent goes knight e3, and she finds the right defense. She plays knight c4. The opponent takes, and then here takes here, so he's creating some danger for himself. So she comes in with the rook, and now he makes a very big mistake by playing rook g7. So takes, and she finds the right move, the only move, and it's bishop f8 check. Because you might be tempted to play queen g3, but then the king escapes to f7, and you're actually out of decent checks. But here she finds the move, and now she needs to find some checking moves, and here was unfortunately the mistake. She should have played rook e1, bringing her another piece to the battle, because her rook wasn't really doing anything. This pawn didn't really need to be defended at this moment in time. So rook e1, bring another piece to the battle, but instead she played queen h5, still fine. Now again, rook e1 was needed to bring another piece, but she played queen e2, and the opponent correctly found the move king f5, and now in a very weird way can start tucking his king away. And she is left with a broken position. I think she played rook f2, right? Chess is very hard, and you have to keep all these conditions. Like, she's been playing for hours. It's her 5th game. She was winning, then she was losing, then she was winning again, then she was losing again, and it's just this roller coaster of emotions. So much going on, but it's still not over. You know, the opponent has no time. If you check the live game, like he has been playing on 1 minute, 2 minutes. So, you know, it's not out of the question that another mistake is made, that an exchange is done that isn't favorable. It is opposite color bishops. These pawns are very dangerous, but you never know. You never know. So we're still hoping. We can still flag him. You've seen some league games, always winnable. Wait, he played a4, and she played king g2, right? Okay, what did she have to play? Maybe. Well, let's just follow the live game. King f7. You are confident. Good. Good. Every human being has a third eye called intuition when you meet someone and suddenly feel like you can't live without them. It could be the memory of a past love from the collective unconscious. It would be cool to have a collective unconscious. Then you would know so much more. I would like to share with a GM. I wouldn't mind some GM knowledge. Okay. And earlier we spoke about initiative and things like that, and how quickly it can change. And now again, this king is strangely safe. While earlier we had this almost exact position, but now the queen is more passive and the rook is more active. So, okay, rook d5 played. Okay, but now I want queen e4. Activate that queen, and we are going hunting again. Let's go hunt. There we go. You can do it, Tosh. Active moves. Queen h5. No. Queen h5 but when the queen was on h2, probably g3, right? But okay, so rook f5 played. Okay, okay. Now we're in business. Get back active. It's really mean of us to watch this with the engine. It's so much easier with the engine on. Okay, but your queen is attacked. You need to move your queen. You need to stay with the defense of this pawn. If you go here, you're very passive. So go here and try to get some checks, a perpetual, or maybe even a cheeky rook check. Okay, queen g4 found. It was really hard to find queen f3, to be honest. We looked at a line where the right move was g3, which also felt really hard for me. But yeah, it was a really difficult position either way. It's easy for us because we have the engine and the eval bar, but yeah. Okay. And eventually rook e3 picking up the queen. You feel as stressed as if you were playing, yes. Same, you and me both, you and me both. Okay, we have no fear here. I do have some fear. King e7 played. Where are you going with that sweet little king? Okay, but now. Can we do something against this and play bishop f4? And in the meantime... Oh, no. Well, she's going for the check again. Okay. But the problem is that now the king will escape to the other side and hide from checks there. Just sitting back safely and watching, exactly. It's not our pieces, it's not our game. Okay, but now bishop f4. Bishop f4 to defend this pawn. Bishop f4. e5. Where's my mate? It looks like there should be a mate. This rook is now undefended. Oh, this rook is now undefended, so we can do this. Oh, would that be the move? Bishop f4, e5. It's still a draw. Why is this not? King c7, check. Oh, bishop d7, that is so nasty. Come on. Let me have that rook. Rook d2. Queen e6. God damn it. Bishop e3. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the current live position. Here we are, I think. Okay, bishop f4. Let's all think bishop f4. Oh, she has her queen again. You need more pieces. You can't mate with a queen alone, and he will escape. Okay, queen. Okay. Okay, according to 15 minutes ago, he still has 1 minute and she is down to 10. But this was 15 minutes ago, so I'm sure they're now both in very big time trouble. Think win or lose, the takeaway from this game is you need to use all your pieces. Yes, I agree. But it's a difficult lesson to learn because, you know, that queen is so strong and you just want to keep checking. I know I do like a good check. Okay. And again, she is one of the last games playing. I think she plays super long games every time. So she must be exhausted. Okay, new check. Hey, Hasino, how are you doing? How was your game? It would be nice. Oh no! Oh, there's no perpetual. There's no perpetual because this rook is looking at this. Okay. Also, the king just goes to a6, I guess. But okay, check. This king has seen the whole board. It just needs to walk over here, and then it has seen everything. You have offered a draw in a one position, but you're very happy still. That's nice. Some great chess. Amazing. Well done. Okay. You slipped when you got out of the focus on. Okay. King b5. He is fearless. Aw. How does she defend f3 after the check sequence? She doesn't. Her queen is out of place now. Oh, my nerves. And I'm not even playing. Oh my god. And everything is so well defended. He's so strong on the light squares. She just has no check available again. Okay, so bishop f4. e5. Queen c8, attacking the rook. Bishop d2 played. But now rook takes f3. Okay, bishop takes f3 played. King g1. Hey Gokul, how are you doing? Okay, he must be very low on time. Looks like he almost flagged there. But now she's in trouble. Maybe queen d1, rook f1, queen e2, and he misses rook b1. Sounds like a good weekend. Okay. The problem is that this pawn is so advanced. Rook takes, pawn takes. I don't know what he's thinking. Okay. And now the light squares are just gone. She has no check. No good check. She has a lot of checks. She has no good check. Is she not losing a piece now? Now queen d1. Queen d1, but there's still queen f, but you take, and this pawn promotes. You don't want to trade queens. Oh. And the problem is that this is all defended. To add insult to injury. But now king b3. King b3, yeah. Oh. What a game. Warrior, do you think she would be better if he didn't allow this bishop f8 thing? Yeah. I really hate when they start discussing after the game and telling me like you could have won this way or you could have won that way. And I feel like they just want, I understand they just want to talk about the game and they're happy. Well, he looks but oh. So Warrior, do you think she still wants to talk or she wants to take a breather? Oh, I don't want her to cry. I'll cry. Oh. My opponent literally said you were winning. Yeah, we'll all cry together, yeah. I mean, it's probably never malicious. But you're like, dude, leave me alone. Oh, okay. This is gonna be hard. What a game. Chess is brutal and unforgiving and painful. And sometimes wonderful. But most of the time, you know. Poker is more brutal than chess. I don't believe it for a second. Well, except that it's more money, I guess. Hi, Charlie. We're going for a walk. I'm already dizzy.
Battery 40%.
My battery is 40%. I don't hear her yet. Smuggled out of a chess tournament. Prepare your best joke to improve the mood. I am very much not funny, so unfortunately, that's not happening. I'm sorry. I'm very dizzy at this point. Okay, let's see. Forbid Warrior, if she says something in the Discord, can you tell me? Because I don't want to. Well, maybe actually I'll hide the Discord. I don't want. One of my biggest fears is leaking something. Oh, camera is back. Hi, can you hear me? I can't hear you yet.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Okay.
How are you? That was a tough game.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh, I play so badly.
Uh, it was everything. You played great, and then some difficult moves, and it just went yeah,
Yeah.
up and down.
Oh gosh. When I was like kind of checking him with my queen, did I
Yeah.
had it there?
Yes, but you needed to bring your rook, but it was a complicated line. But the problem was checking with your queen made him escape and run away.
Yeah.
And then he could hide, so you needed to bring some more pieces. You had rook e1 check when his king was on e5 at some
But then I
point.
thought he's just gonna cover with the bishop or something, no?
Yes, but then you had g3, and
Okay.
you have time because he's not threatening anything immediately.
Yeah.
So you had some time to consolidate, but it was really, really tricky anyway. And you're so under attack. So your bishop f8 move was great.
Bishop f8. Oh,
Check.
yeah.
Because the instinctive move is queen g3 check, but then he just escapes to f2.
Yeah.
Oh
gosh. So,
yeah.
it's okay. How was the stream?
It was great, I think. I had fun. It was very nerve wracking. We were all on the edge of our seat, and then excited, and then apprehensive, and excited again, and then now we're all sad together with you.
Can't wait to see it. But thank you so much for agreeing and commentating, even though it was a long game. But thank you, I appreciate it. And
My pleasure.
I'm gonna go now. Just it's kind of like, so much about. But anyway, thank you so much. And will you be okay to like rate someone, or Warrior can rate?
Yes, we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it.
No problem.
Go
Thank
relax.
you so much. And thanks everyone for supporting me. Sorry for disappointing you, but
never a disappointment.
Uh-huh.
We're all chess players here, so bye.
True. No, I know. We all went through that, but it's okay. Right, I'm gonna go. Bye.
Bye. Okay, that was the end of the tournament. Never a disappointment, but I think we've all had those games where we felt we were winning and then it just didn't work out. Thank you so much, Justin Conclusive. You just missed it. Am I still streaming? No, I'm going to end because I am very, very hungry and I need to eat something immediately or I might faint. So we're doing that. Who are you rating? Warrior, and I'll follow you. It was the end, yes. Freya chess, yes, that sounds good. Eating stream. I still have my chips here, my thingies, and I ate like 3 of them. So yeah. Okay, I start the raid to Freya chess on my channel. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you had fun. It was such games just happen all the time. And they are painful, but we learn so much and we come back stronger. So speak soon. See you all soon. Have a lovely Sunday. Bye-bye.